All right. Hello, hello, hello. All right, we're back. Back once again with another PC Engine GT. This one should hopefully be the last one I do for a while. Although I still have two more that are kind of still needing work. Just don't have too much hope for them, but I'm saving them for special projects. Pretty much the Turbo Express. I've got a RAM issue on that one, I think, and then the other one, I think I've got a dead CPU. But for the most part, they're dead in the water and not working. This one, on the other hand, well, it was working. And now it's not. Huh. Okay, well, let's try this one more time here. There we go. So this one's working. It's hard to see because the backlight's not really working right now, responding. Contrast circuit. And I think the screen's damaged too. It looks like the polarizer's got a circle burn in it. So we're probably going to have to replace the screen on this one as well. And the other thing is, from what I can remember, the seller stated that the unit did not work on battery power. And then looking at the battery springs, I can see at least one that's very, very oxidized, and it would be this spring right here. It's kind of hard for me to show that on camera. And there's kind of some crust in the battery compartment as well. Most of them look okay. I'm guessing there's some very, very, very minor battery leakage in here at one point or something. And the last problem is the DC input jack. It works. It's a little finicky, so I got to get some extra parts on order for that. I was going to wait. I want to order some parts for my Neo Geo and stuff, which I want to work on next week. So I wasn't going to be able to get to that open until today or tomorrow. So basically, we're going to be waiting on that to place port order. And then when I order parts, I'm going to order new DC jack, new battery springs for this, and then everything I need for the Neo Geo. But the good thing about this guy is at least, you know, we are getting an image and audio and screen. So we know that the unit is functional, and I should be able to bring it back to life. The fact that the polarizer looks burned is a little upsetting because that wasn't really mentioned in the listing. And when he showed the pictures, it obviously didn't capture that burn. So I feel a little took on that. I probably would have passed on this, maybe, or sought a bigger discount. Just because now I'm going to have to spend, I think a replacement screen's going for about $35. I'm going to keep this one original. I don't plan on screen modding it. I have a couple of spare screens that I don't know if they're working or not. So I might try one of them, which will save me a little bit of money, because on the one model, I'm definitely 100% going to have to screen mod it. So, unfortunately, that one has a dead transformer on it, so it's never going to be able to run a screen anyway, unless I want to sacrifice parts from other things. So, yeah, it's just one of those things where, I don't know. I have some spares, but I won't know until I test them on this that they work or not. So we're going to assume that I'm going to have to spend about $35 on a replacement screen for it. So it kind of eats into the profit a little bit more. But end of the day, I should be able to get this thing fully functional and off to a new home. So let's just go ahead and just disassemble it and get to replacing the capacitors, because that is pretty much, I think, all that should need to be done with this. And I'll take that, honestly, at this point, because I've not had the greatest luck. Last week was the first time I ever got one fully working stock. So, yeah. And this is the fifth one I've bought. Fourth one. So, yeah, they're not cheap at, $350 a pop, And with the low success rate that I'm having, I'm kind of moving on from this world. I added one in my collection. That's kind of really where I wanted to go. I thought I had a couple easy ones to maybe make a quick couple $100 on, which is admittedly was more of a focus for me. But it is what it is. A good learning experience. I think I could still get the other two working too. So there is that. Now, before we go crazy here, I had dang it. There he goes. I had my little bag for my screws. We're going to have to take some more out here anyway. A second. But we'll just get these shored up for now, and then we will go ahead and just do the normal. There we go. Now there's that. Okay. Well, someone's been in here. Oh no. I think this has been recapped already. Well, the AV cable on this one's undone, which generally points to someone being in here already. The piece of tape that holds the wires. Okay. So it does look like this one's probably been recapped. Maybe it's just a dead screen. Now, there are some things I'm seeing on this ribbon cable that are not looking too good right now. It's a bit chewed up. So we could just go ahead and try that, on top of which the input jack also needs to... Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Very, very, very disappointing. Let's just go ahead and just go over the motherboard real quick. It's looking pretty gross in here. I will say sometimes these problems can just be caused by some corrosion. And looking at this board, I'm seeing lots of gross stuff on it. So we'll get it under the microscope and take a look at it, but already not some very not good signs. So I am definitely not the first person to be in here. And then I can see that this is completely lifted up, which means we probably don't have a shield on the other side, is my guess. So let's just go ahead and pull this up and see what we got. Well, we got a shield. Maybe it hasn't been no, it's been recapped. Okay. So let's go grab a bigger bit real quick to get these out. It's pretty dusty in here. Okay, so this has been recapped with radio capacitors, which is not my personal favorite choice, but we could just have an issue with the screen. We could have an issue with a transistor. This thing is pretty crusty on the inside. I definitely know we have an issue with the input jack. So, and we definitely have an issue with the battery springs. Yeah, I could see some corrosion on the lead there, so that could also be why there's no power to the board from battery, which is not a hard problem to solve. Okay, we got that. Lose that motherboard screw now. Okay. Alright. And we're just gonna chop in that power switch real quick. And then we'll bundle up all the wires. So I am actually really curious if we have a motherboard issue or if it's just a straight screen issue. Now, oh Lord, there's jumper wires everywhere on this fucking thing. Holy crap. So he didn't replace the two main caps there. So like right here, these are original. He ripped the pad. Everything else looks okay. Just visually for now. VR500 looks completely knackered. Could be wrong on that, but now the input jack, I'm gonna have to get that under the mic. That is maybe needing a little bit of love, but otherwise looking okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna get this under the microscope. Excuse me. Oh, no, that's there. That's there. Yeah, he did a really poor job of this. So we're gonna have to take a look at his bodge wire work. Soldering doesn't look to be awful. He bridged the... Yeah, so I guess the headphone jack needs to get replaced because I see he manually bridged the connection to force the speakers to output audio, which they do. That's looking corroded, but okay. Yeah, alright, so let's get this under the microscope real fast. REO Gaming. Hey man, what is going on? I am currently being very disappointed in this PC Engine GT job that looks like was botched by a prior repair attempt. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's looking pretty bad. That's pretty gross right there. That's the jumper for the backlight, but seeing as the screen does come on, oof. Okay, so we're gonna just take a quick look up here to see what she did. It's not the greatest soldering, but not the worst that I've seen. I don't like the fact that that's really not soldered well. Yeah, never mind. His soldering is not really acceptable. So much corrosion left on the board, and you can see the corrosion on that DC jack, which is probably why it's so intermittent. He didn't clean up the electrolytic fluid, it looks like. Thankfully, I actually do have spare audio jacks. I'm going to flip this over real quick to show you what I was talking about before, but you can see how he's got that bridged and he's got these two bridged, and what this will do is permanently force the audio through the speakers, and now the headphone jack won't ever work. So my guess is I've also got a busted headphone jack on this board. It's looking pretty bad right there. I don't know if that's paint or corrosion. So Q900 and 901 look okay. I gotta clean them a little bit. I'm gonna clean this. Can't tell if that's rust or flux or corrosion. And then, like I said, so these guys right here definitely need to get replaced. You can see how bad that leakage is right there. That's looking pretty crusty. And then, oh, yep, see? That's potentially why the contrast isn't working. D502 is completely corroded. Whoever worked on this board did the worst job. I might just fucking recap this. I may just recap this to clean up his work, because this is just garbage, man. So I guess we're going to start by getting this shield off. Feels like he did try to solder it back in, but I think he's got a couple of them soldered back. But well, that was the other thing I wanted to look at now. What was one of these variable resistors looked pretty bad. So there are these variable resistors you've got all across the board. And is it that one? Yeah, see VR500 right here? I think that's busted. That might be busted. I'm going to have to take a look at it. Holy crap, this is a nightmare. I literally might just go ahead and recap this, because this is garbage. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think I'm just going to go ahead and recap it anyway. Holy crap. Alright. What a disappointment. The good news for me, though, is that the decapping process is going to be much easier than it normally is. And bad news is that I have to deal with it. Alright, so I think this guy right here, yeah. Okay. Alright. Well, let's just go ahead and start seeing what we can get going here. You never really know what you're going to find on eBay. Oh, man. Go and use some smaller braid here. Kind of just focus. I'm going to actually turn it like this. Might have to put some more flux down. That kind of burned away pretty quick. Kind of don't. That's the last holdout, so I think what I'm just going to end up doing here is just heating that up and maybe I could do it from this side. Sometimes it's no. Alright. The issue is that I don't know if I'm really getting this. Oh. Well, my soldering iron stopped working. No wonder. I gotta go buy a new handle for this thing. Okay, so that could explain possibly why none of this was working, but really. There we go. Okay, so now we got a good look at the inside of this board. Let's not yank my soldering station off, please. Okay, so here, this up here. Okay, so now we got to look at the rest of the motherboard and see how bad we're looking. So there's a cap right here. See all the bodge work he did. So that, I'm not sure if that's correct. It could be. I don't think so, though. Wow. This was not what I was expecting when I opened this thing, I'll tell you. Where does this wire go? So I am not. Yep, it is. Okay, I could see the trace. Okay, so he's got that wired correctly. And then this one is definitely wired correctly. So this is the trace that when I rip the trace, this is what I ripped. This is literally barely hanging on there though. So that's going to need to get redone. God, jeez, man. Is that even right? CC702, is that really 400 microfarad? It is 470, okay. That's a little big for what that is, but... Alright, so... It's not... Oh, that's awful. The one on the left is awful, and one on the right's not too bad. Look at all this crap, though. It's like... Man, this whole board just needs a clean. Like, look at this. He didn't clean this at all. So we're going to have to basically just undo everything he's done here. And like I was saying before, this freaking resistor, this variable resistor under here is... Look how... Is that even attached? Oh, man. That's busted. That very, very well could be why we don't have a backlight too. Jesus. Look at this right here. Yeah, this thing is trashed. Excuse me, please. Man, I'm sad right now. I'm just really, 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 really sad because I spent a decent chunk on this and it is in far worse shape than I imagined. So what the fuck is even that? That's just dust? Okay. No, that's just a ground, but look how corroded that is because he didn't actually come in here and clean anything. But yeah, that variable resistor is completely busted. It shouldn't turn that easy. In fact, if it's even really doing anything, I don't know. Might have to see if I can replace that. But I'm not sure if there is a modern part or not. And then once again, we're back over here, and this whole section is that D502. I'm still convinced that I think it's this leg right here. Feeds it. Look at that. I mean, you could see how it's kind of like goopy. That's literal electrolytic fluid. Bro. Okay, so screw this. We are going to replace everything we can here and clean, because this whole board just needs a clean. Screw you, crappy radio caps. That one wasn't even connected, right? Like, well, it's not my first time coming across a pre-work board that was in rough shape, but I gotta say, I must be pretty lucky to not run across them that often. Yeah, that one still had some fluid in it because I could smell the dead fish. So we got that. Okay. You know, I will admit that the first time I ever did one of these, I kind of psyched myself out. I was like, you know, I'm going to do the radio capacitors because I have a feeling I wasn't confident. I was like, you know, they're easier than the surface mount to handle. But I quickly proved myself wrong on that. And I should have just went with my gut and just stuck with it. And I ended up not installing the radials, even though actually I was kind of glad that I bought them because I did lift that one pad up in the audio section. So, you know, I might end up having to leave those in place and just touch them up and do them proper. Because unfortunately, he did manage to completely lift those pads. So let's see if we can't get this guy. Same thing. I'm probably better off just doing that, and then we can grab it with the tweezers. So let's remove all this crap, and then I'll actually properly replace the 100 microfarad. All right, let's just lift this up. Yeah, so like all I'm smelling right now is dead fish because he didn't clean this. He didn't clean the side of the board at all. I mean, if I'm still smelling dead fish at this point, then there is still a lot of goop on this board, and you could see it. I mean, you could physically see it. God bless, man. Such a expensive piece of equipment too, and you're just not gonna take the time to do it proper. Oh boy, I could actually even hear that one. Okay, so we got those taken care of. Okay, now we're gonna leave the audio section alone for now. I'm gonna come back later and deal with that. I'm guessing D502 is probably going to end up being toast on me, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and get rid of this epoxy. Thankfully this time though I won't have to deal with too much of it. I might just actually be able to remember, you don't want to put too much lateral force in these caps because right now I'm just kind of trying to see if I can maybe just break the hole that the epoxy has. Yeah, see, like, there we go. Now I can take my flush cuts, get these off of here. You know, we might get lucky, and it might just literally be these two capacitors that are dead that are causing the contrast reel not work. I don't think that's going to be the case, but we are going to try. Because this thing's not dead. You know, I've got that going for me. Like, Guy did a pretty bodge job. But, okay, gotta be careful here. Okay. But, the system's at least still functional. I mean, I got sound, I got video. So we got all that going for us. Oof, like look at that. Holy crap. You want to talk about horror show. Holy crap. Okay, so I've got to clip that again too, because it's not wanting to come off the leg, and I really don't want to take the pad with it. I think we're okay there though. I did manage to, yeah, that pad's on there nice and good. Get that out of there. Okay, so we'll have to come in here and clean that, and then I think luckily I do have spare parts to pull from if I need to, but I'd rather not. Alright, so let's see if we can get this guy now. This one's the trickier of the two. We gotta get that first out of the way. Here. Let's see if we can't get a deeper grip on it. There we go. There we go. Just kind of keep working at it. Don't want to lift or yank or do anything weird. There we go. And then eventually you kind of just cut through it like that. You've been paying attention to my channel lately. It's definitely something I've said a bunch, so. Alright. And you're not wanting to come off, huh? Alright, so we just gotta maybe we can get in there and do that. Gotcha. Okay, I might just be able to lift this off. Maybe. There we go. Perfect. Man, that's actually probably the cleanest I've gotten that section to come off. Usually I end up with a whole lot of epoxy on my bench. Alright, let's get this cleaned up, folks. And then we're going to replace all the crappy solder with good solder, and then clean it off again. And then we'll get to work recapping the board. Properly recapping the board. First I want to scrub and just kind of see what we're working with here. Get all this junk out the way. And I might just oh, excuse me, man. A little hair in my throat. I may end up pulling that transistor so I could take the solder off. And then I can clean the pads properly. Let's get some fresh Q-tips in here. Just to kind of pull out anything I can. Okay. So Doesn't look too bad now that I cleaned it. Still think I'm probably going to be best pulling the components here and then wicking the pads away. Let's just go ahead and see about maybe if I can get these off. Okay, that one came off pretty good. Still has a little bit of the dead fish smell. Ooh. Yeah, you can see like just how corroded that is. Like how it's shiny on the right and completely dull on the left. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna flood that with fresh solder, then wick that solder away. And then that should clear off the pads of any residual goop. I just kind of almost have to cross my fingers and pray it didn't really make it under the transformer shield. Okay, got that one. All right, so this one's going to need a little help here. So this one is really corroded, and unfortunately the corrosion kind of acts like a heat sink, and it stops it from kind of letting the solder wet down. So sometimes you gotta apply some fresh solder. So you can see like how the pad kind of has the blob in the middle, but the sides are all dry. And that's definitely a sign that there's a, I mean, you can hear that. I mean, you could just even hear it. And I'm gonna do a 90 degree on the solder wire here, just to get this down to the board. Yeah, you could see this is pretty corroded. Boy, it doesn't even want to stick. Probably should put down a little bit of flux too. There we go. All right, we got that. We're gonna get you here real quick. These weren't as bad, but yeah, look at that. I can't tell if that's leaking from not really getting a strong dead fish smell, so it might just be residual flux and alcohol. Okay, so now we got to come in. Oh, there's some dead fish smell. Okay, so let's just get some fresh braid going here. And then we're gonna suck all the solder off, and then I'll wipe with some alcohol again. I might do it one more time, because sometimes it's good to be extra thorough. Ouch. Hurt my fingers a little bit there. One of the really kind of annoying things about these boards is that that hue card reader makes it a little awkward. And they kind of flippy floppies. And I probably should just put it into a board holder, but you know, actually what we're going to do now is we're going to hit this up with some flux. That way, put a little bit, maybe a little bit of weight might help. Nah, it's not going to do a thing. It's not heavy enough, but yeah, let's just take that off before I knock off. No. The only reason I don't like doing this is because the volume and contrast pots are a little bit finicky. They do kind of fit. All right, so now we got to refocus this for sure. Okay. We got some fresh flux now. We're gonna just come on in and do the same thing. Just okay, same thing down here. Just move this up a little bit. I still think I'm gonna come in here and pull those that FET and then the transistor. So these came up a little bit easier. And then we've got one more pad right here I need to address, just this guy right there. So he could have either been using just crappy solder, or it doesn't look, it's either crappy solder or he didn't have enough flux on the board or in the solder. And when you see that, see how it's all peaky? Generally means that it's not, there's not enough flux. And what happens is solder likes to flow towards the heat source. So when you get that peaky stuff, it's because it's trying to stick to the iron. So when you see that, the best thing to do is just add a little bit of flux to the board. And then you can see how it forms. It's a little bit more pillow-like now. That's really what you're looking for. You know, soldering is not some mystical ancient Chinese secret, you know, like you don't need to go to school or really do much more than just practice and pay attention. It's not hard. It's really not hard. As long as you've got someone giving you decent instruction, it's not that hard. There are tricky things, you know, yes, like doing micro soldering and stuff that requires a microscope is more difficult, but it's still the same thing. Take heat, apply metal, you know. When in doubt, use a lot of flux. And, you know, usually a lot of times the tricky thing is I don't have enough room, I've got a lot of plastic around it, components are microscopic, you know, yada, yada, yada. But for the most part, just general soldering work, like what I'm doing here, is something that anybody who just takes a couple hours to learn how to do it and some practice boards can start doing. And this guy, had he properly cleaned this off and done a much better job of things, might have not put this back up for sale. Or put it back up for sale at a much higher price. Okay. So now the question remains. Do I pull the transistors? I think the answer on that one's going to be yes. And the reason I say that is because I kind of want to clean these pads. And these components come off pretty easy. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Cat has the zoomies right now. Sorry about that. But for this, I'm probably going to need the heat gun. Okay, hopefully this isn't going to break on me. Still have yet to get a new. Okay, there's that part. Yeah, see, that's why I'm glad I pulled this off. There goes E08. I'm just gonna have to order a new heating element for it. But you can see, like, see how all that, See how it's all brown and crappy? And there's brown and crappiness right here. Yeah, that's why I did that. So we're gonna make sure that we don't lose these. Put these in a much, much safer spot. And thankfully I do have replacements, but okay, so let's just do the same thing. We're gonna scrub, and then solder, then desolder, and then we'll place them back. Maybe it is kind of a slight godsend that this happened, because maybe, just maybe, I can get to the Neo Geo today too as well. So look at that. That's looking so much better. Took me all of 2 seconds. And then, now all I really have to do is just come in here with some flux, just to make my life a little easier here. And I'm just going to rub some solder across these pads and desolder them, and then put the components back. And it's like all of what, like 5 minutes. All right, so you see what I was talking about, like how you get those nice fluffy looking pillows and you don't have anything looking peaky or craggy or full of holes. That is how you can tell you've had enough flux and proper heat. Everything wants to stay to the board. That came up great. And then we'll do this side as well. Once again, having a little bit of an issue with the wonkiness of the board, but otherwise we're doing okay. Let's go ahead and re-clean again. Now I will say, you gotta be careful in this area, and if you gotta take those components off, make sure you take if there's still electrolytics in the area, take those off first, because you don't want those things exploding on you. But you can see, like, it doesn't take much heat or time to get them off. The board's pretty thin, those components are small, the pads are small, so it comes off pretty quick. But you still, just in case, because aluminum electrolytic capacitors do not like heat, and they will quite literally explode on you. Ask me how I know. But yeah, needless to say, that is looking good. And then I put the components in a safe spot and almost lost them. Okay, so now what I wanted to look at, though, now this is the kind of the shitty thing here, is that see how this is kind of still shitty looking. So I might, I don't know what I should do. I don't want to go too crazy here, but probably just gonna I don't know what to do, because I don't like the way this looks right here. Might just see about tapping that with the soldering iron. Yeah, see, I could smell. Here, let's do this. Let's see if maybe I can clean it some. You can see how crappy this looks, but the problem is that so tiny. Nothing wants to clean off of it. I could, maybe I'll do that. This guy's scraping right now. See how all that brown crap? And that is exactly why I did not want to do that. Shit. Well, I just pinged that transistor off into Narnia, possibly. Excuse me while I very, very, very carefully look here. Might have to pull it off another board now. That is exactly what I was trying to avoid. Fuck. And thankfully it's probably not an impossible part to source if I need to. But the whole point was to not lose it. And I did that the wrong way. Unfortunately, I don't really know where it shot off to. I'm assuming it shot into my lap, but I don't see it. Let me grab my light here real quick. Take a look around. Maybe it got stuck to the table. Just checking my robe real quick. Don't see it there. Just look everywhere. It's not stuck in the toothbrush, not stuck on that, on the mat. This is the problem with working with microscopic parts. If you drop one, it is an expedition to find it. So pro tip, don't drop shit. Oh, damn, I really thought I was going to get lucky. I think I just screwed myself. Just make sure it didn't go anywhere like the opposite direction that I was thinking. Man, I was doing so well too. Oh man. I think that one is gone and never coming back. Not gonna give up on it that easy though. That's still a good part, so. I think I just found it. And that is why you never give up, folks. Never give up, never surrender. Holy crap, I cannot believe I just found that. Alright, so what I was saying was you could see all the crap that I'm scraping off of it. That looks okay. I might just solder it and then do that. Problem is that it's really hard to so you can't, I can't do this. Like I would need to like stick it on some, like, almost would need to have it somewhat soldered onto a board, which I might end up, actually just might end up doing that. I could just solder on that one, that back leg right there. But maybe, just maybe, we could do it this way. So what I'm going to do, a little bit of flux, all right? And then probably would have been better with a different tip that I've got on my soldering iron, but we'll be okay. So now what I'm going to end up doing here is just kind of just wipe some fresh solder across those and see if it sticks. And then let's kind of see what happens here. Yeah, you can see how. There we go. A little bit of heat was all I needed. And I could smell that. I mean, that is 100% still had some electrolytic fluid on it, so I'm just going to put that aside real quick. There we go. Let's clean this off real fast. Woo! What a rescue mission, huh? Clean up some of this crap. And that should. Just kind of wanted to see what comes up. Yeah, I mean, obviously the mat's dirty too, but. Okay, so now we can focus on getting it back onto the board. That would be right down in here. So again, we're gonna basically just a little bit of flux. A little bit of solder here. Okay. Then grab our component. Put her on the board. Actually, you know, we're probably going to do it this way. It's a little bit easier for me to manipulate this with my right hand. Of course, my alright, so basically I just want to Just kind of hoping to tack this into place. I could just hand solder this, I guess. The issue that I'm having is, once again, since it's not in a board holder, my life is kind of miserable. Probably should just put it in the middle of the board holder. Now, where's my... Perfect. So this is the issue that I'm going to run into, because there we go. So we'll reflow all this in just a second here, or I might just come in and just tap it with the soldering iron, to be quite honest. Just kind of just hold the chip down. Oh, no, see? That back leg didn't make it. There we go. But now, let's do this real quick. Just a little bit more flux. And I think perfect. Now that should be perfect. Now we can clean this off just to get a better look. But overall, this is looking... Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. It was looking so much better now. Let's just do another... Come on. Let's see, those legs no longer look corroded. Nice shiny joints. And then this guy, fairly certain I can just hand solder this one. It's the same thing though. See how crappy that looks? Like, it just looks so crappy. So we're gonna try the same approach here. So we're gonna basically cover this in flux and then just tap everything with some fresh solder. Right, just like that. Okay. Thankfully this chip's a little bit bigger, so I could do some... It's a little bit easier to handle. But if I just go through and all I'm really trying to do is just kind of burn some of this crap off want to be gentle still. Yeah, you can see all that brown crap's coming off. And I can smell it. 100% can smell it still. And I'm going to flip this chip over and clean it too when I'm done. But let's get this back part now. Yeah, see how now it's accepting solder? God damn, that stinks. Elvis Adaraga. Hello, my friend. How are you? I am doing well. Well, I've been better after I opened up this GT and was very disappointed to see the hack job the person before me did on it. That I'm currently now cleaning up. But welcome to electronics repair from eBay, I suppose. But so far so good. Making things proper. Now we're going to take a look at the bottom of this chip here, this little MOSFET. And then just see what this looks like. See. Now we can probably just grab that real quick. The flux is tacky too. Oops. At least that one got stuck in the bristles. But that's looking fun. Oop. Did not ping away, but it did squirt away on me. Looking good there. That should solder just fine. Should be okay. Let's flip it over. I wish I could do like an instant replay to show you, but see how everything now is looking nice and shiny. There's no brown spots or dullness to it. That should be completely clean. So we should be able to go ahead and just dry it off real quick. And I think we were just going to hand solder this one. Quite honest, it's big enough, you know. And then I think we're just going to do it this way. Move my camera down some here. Get a little bit better focus. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just coat these pads in some fresh flux. And then that should kind of also help keep the component slightly in place because it's tacky. But we'll grab our little fit now, plop it on the board, and get you nice in the place here, just like that. And I think as long as we get that the base tapped in, or tacked in, I should say. Just making sure everything just like that. And now everything should be well held into place. Oh, you know, I think for this one though, I am going to just swap out the tip real quick. Try not to burn my hand on this thing. No, should do that. Now I'll go grab my favorite tip here, which is this micro chisel. Now this tip I'm using here is amazing for getting into tight spaces. However, it does suffer a little from thermal mass issues, but for jobs like this, oop, got a little blobby. I'll just go ahead and clean that bridge off. Might have to tap that with a little bit more. There we go. Bridges happen, just gotta clear them off. And see now this whole area is looking so much better, and it just took just a little bit of time. A little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of time, and now all that corrosion's gone. I would not be surprised to learn that this is the reason why that contrast circuit wasn't working correctly. But we'll see. We'll see. I still have a lot of work to do on this board. And but not as much as I was expecting, because I don't have to clip off 15 to 20 caps or whatever it is. I just have to solder them back on. Clean and solder. Okay, so let's just do this real quick and see now. Everything looks so much better. We got those nice, oh wait, did that not? No, that's fine. Basically, also just come in here. I might need to put a little bit more solder on that middle pin. Just reflow it is probably what I'm gonna have to do. I can still see, you can see how the two to the left of it are pretty bubbly. Now, this guy, nah. Cool. Looking to be okay. Sounds good. So now we just got to go do the cleanup job and then the recap job. So I'm going to go and put my chisel tip back on here. I'm going to step aside for just a second and get some brain juice in me. All right. Man. So we got that in. I'll just start by cleaning up the first offender, which is this guy right here. So let's go and do a little bit of some alcohol. So now we just basically got to go do this again. Flux on the board, and we're going to fill it with solder. Then we're going to take the solder back off, and then later on we'll replace it with a fresh capacitor. So let's mix in some good solder with whatever the crap this stuff is, because it's just garbage. Alright, well, good news is the corrosion doesn't seem to be too bad on that. You can see it here at the edge of the pads. So we're going to just cover that up real quick, and then grab our wick here, and then just basically not put liquid solder into the wick. There we go. Just nice little glide across the pads here. Okay. And then clean again. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but you know what's more a pain in the ass is having frickin' electrolytic fluid eat away at your PCB and completely render your device useless because you didn't take the extra 15 minutes to clean things up. Aggravating. Yeah, it makes me wonder, it's like, what type of condition this board was in before this guy started touching it. But see, look at that. That's gorgeous now. No brown goop or pads are in perfect shape. Like, bro, this thing was probably pretty freaking decent before you got your hands on it. Alright, let's do this. Just clean up my workspace a little bit so that I've got a little extra room to work with. And then we're gonna have to go through that and do that with everything. So anywhere that I see an empty capacitor pad, we're gonna just fill this with some fresh solder and then take it away, and later on I will replace it with brand new capacitor. Okay. Look at that. Okay. I'm just really curious as to, let's give this whole area of the board a nice little scrub on here. It'll kind of maybe save me a little bit of time. Scrub off this entire section, and then we'll pay individual attention to things as we go. I do take some faith in the fact that this was working, so hopefully when I go to power back up on again, it still works, and my backlight or contrast circuit will not work. Now it does make me wonder about the headphones too. I might pull that socket off and replace it. Alright, now we're gonna real quick yeah, that's fine too. Okay, we'll just go ahead and re-wick that. Got his crappy solder off, and then made sure that mine was going to still be good. Oops. God. Yeah, folks, so just in case you didn't know, braid does get very hot, so don't touch it right after. I know, might not be entirely evident, but when you put an 800-degree piece of metal against another piece of metal, that piece of metal also heats up to close to 800 degrees, so yeah. Okay. Come in real quick and just all around, just anything that might be hanging on. Suck it up. Get me some fresh buds going here. Okay. All right, 2 down. Let's keep going, huh? Now the other thing I gotta pay attention to is, okay, so those aren't looking too bad now. So these, I know one of these definitely deals with voltage to the LCD. I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head what it does, but alright, so we're gonna once again see how that's all peaky, either due to poor quality solder or not enough flux. And then once you add the right amount of flux, forms that nice little pillow. You want nice fluffy pillows. Everybody likes fluffy pillows, right? We all like fluffy pillows. Okay. Well, one more time. Remember, when you're using braid, you're not scrubbing, you're just trying to let it glide across the pad. Alright, we're not going to clean that just yet because, well, actually, you know what? While it's still hot, we are. Never mind. I lied. We'll do it the longer way. Flux gets a little bit harder to clean when it cools down, but I was thinking of just doing the whole area at once, but you know, it's been mistreated so much, I might as well just make sure each individual section gets, and you can see like just a little bit of crud on the Q-tip. That MOSFET looks pretty good. Look at that. This bothers the crap out of me too. And the issue that I'm going to have with that is I'm not sure how badly that's destroyed. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. You know, I'm kind of curious now if I can even get a resistance reading. I think it's going to be like if I measure from getting 40 kilo ohms. Seems a little high. 40 kilo ohms. That seems a little high. Problem is this thing is so mangled. But now I don't really know. So I'm gonna have to go look on the wiki now. Yeah, it's not changing anything. 40 kilo ohms. What about U to U? Point. That's short to ground. 40 kilo ohms. I'm gonna have to go see what the value of this is. I think this is fucked. We'll have to look. We'll have to look and see what I'm supposed to be getting there. I don't think 40 kilo ohms is right, though. It's okay. I mean, it's just a potentiometer, a variable resistor. That's the other term for it. And then over here, we're just going to do the same thing. We'll just, while we're here. Yeah, see, I can still smell some fluid over here. So this definitely didn't get cleaned off properly. Okay, burning my fingers. Go and do one more swipe on this pad. Oh. Whoopsie. Look what I just did. Oopsie. That's kind of why I don't like doing it. Now, shit. Okay, so this is going to be fun, huh? It's soldered to the braid. Great. Crappy things I don't know if I've got. Shit. Alright, there we go. What, is it just a 10K resistor? I mean, not a huge deal, but I think it's a 103, which would make that a 10K resistor, right? Oh yeah, that's just a 10K. I think that's just it's an 082, but either or, we got that one fixed. So, yeah, you do kind of got to be careful when you're wiping the braid around, because you can wipe other components off the board that are nearby. But again, really just not a big deal. Well, usually isn't a big deal. Crap. Let's get this. Could probably just be better off with some hot air here, but I'm lazy. Come on. Flux is making my life a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. Plus there's a hair on it. That's always fun. So crazy how just a little tiny hair can make all this crap so much more of a pain in the ass to deal with. There we go. Okay. Now, yikes. Okay. Does make me want to just grab the hot air station though and just do it that way. Perfect. Quick little blast. And that resistor is back. And then alrighty. That looks so much better. And that little 10K resistor's back in place and happy. And you can see like how much I'm still scrubbing off the board. Looking good though. I mean, we could just do a quick verification here. So this leg of this MOSFET should be connected to that, and then this leg to this leg. Bingo. Cool. Be right back. Ario Gaming, hello again. Sorry, I keep I might be keeping missing you guys because I don't pay too much attention to chat when I'm focused on the board, but I do appreciate you stopping in. Okay, well. All right. Volume is very good today. Was I having microphone issues last week or something? I might have actually screwed up my mic settings last week, I think, because I had some issues with OBS that were kind of annoying. Anyway, let's see here. So we've got this one in the middle of the board right here that we got to take care of now. Ugh, I go back and forth on whether the guy before me that worked on this was using unleaded or just again, just not enough flux. So, you know, like we've been doing, add a little bit of fresh, get the fluffy pillow. Okay. Okay, shouldn't be too much corrosion there. And then the wipe. And then because my dumbass had solder on the tip still, we're going to wipe again. Just to clear off just that last tiny little bit. Perfect. There we go. You kind of want the pads to stay flat so that when you go to install the new one, it solders down flat to the board. Okay. All right. So now the question remains. Oh wait, no, we still got one more. One more we gotta take care of real quick, right here. Let's get this alcohol off this board real fast. Just some light warm air, yeah. Okay. Still think there's gonna be a bunch of corrosion here. So we're gonna reflux. Ah, you cast me TV. What are you working on then? Okay. No dead fish smell, surprisingly. I was kind of expecting that here. It looked pretty crappy, but could have just been residual garbage from everything else. Oop, did not do that right. So let's do it right. Perfect. Okay. Where are you from, Mr. Uncle Sam Auto? Yeah, so that's the issue with this one particular area around this transformer. Kind of holds on to stuff because they've got this epoxy around this capacitor, and I think the reason they did that was to kind of reduce crosstalk from the high voltage coming out of that transformer. But yeah, we're looking good there now. Looking good. Looking good, looking good. So we still have these areas of just random junk floating on the board. Maybe it is supposed to be 40K. If it's 47.2, well, that'll be 4700. Yeah, now we're at my least favorite part of the board. I might pull these up. this guy did. This is the worst. Oh, look at that. It completely detached anyway. That might be why the volume control wasn't working. Okay, and then over here it's the same thing. He's got a patch job to that. Oh, this is so bad. I mean, I understand this is not the easiest area of the board to work in, but you know. Just tempted to pull all of this. Honestly, it's just so bad. I don't know. No, it's not working anyway. I'm gonna have to do trace repair. Yeah, let's just remove the bodge job here. I just don't. This just makes me upset looking at it, honestly. So let's just get rid of it. And maybe we'll figure out. Did he really rip that trace? Or is it still sort of there? I can't tell. I think it's completely gone though. Okay. Get rid of that crap. It does look like it is completely gone. Oh, that's great. Freaking great. Well, that pad is gone now, thanks to this asshole. Cool. Oh, cool, man. What part of Jersey? I'm actually, I grew up in Philly, so I'm pretty familiar. Okay. Just completely get rid of this for now. Okay. Bingo, bango, bongo. Got that one done. Cherry Hill. Okay. I grew up in Langhorne, so not too far off from Cherry Hill. Probably about like a 30 or 40-minute drive. Maybe a little longer. It's been a while since I've gone over that bridge off 95. Still have Still have family out there. Ugh, man, this area of the board also did not get cleaned, obviously. But, okay. So I think we're gonna get rid of this bodge wire too, because, I don't know. Maybe I leave it. Could just strip it and leave it. Yeah. The headphone jack right there. It is. Which I also think, judging from the way the rest of this board looks, this is probably going to have to get replaced. And thankfully, I actually do have replacements on hand. You can see how junky that looks. All right. Well, I don't know about this guy. I don't like that solder blob though. That's kind of got to go. I'm wondering if maybe I can just melt some of this sheathing back and then we could use this. Let's see what we can do here with this stuff, because sometimes this Kynar sheathing is pretty easy to just melt away. Then I can just clip everything else off. See how we've got a, yeah, it doesn't smell too great, but okay. Now I've got a pretty good lead here. More than enough room. And then I can just snippy snip just right about there and throw the rest away. Now we've got a pretty decent wire to use. Excuse me. I can't read what you say. My camera. What is that? My camera is too clear or isn't too clear? This stupid OBS thing, I could block the. It's like an emote thing that. Hold on, let's see if I do something real quick. Do this. Let's see what happens. Nope, didn't work. There we go. Your camera's too clear. Can't be a light ring. I have an overhead light, a light bar, and then a secondary LED light bar that lights up my workbench. I do have a light ring, but when I turn the light ring on, there you can see like it kind of it glares a lot because the white balance on these things is pretty awful. So anything that reflects makes things look I don't know, it's what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, you can't it just doesn't look clear enough. So I avoid using the light ring when I can. But I do have one. So all I'm doing now is I'm just basically trying to rebuild this pad a little bit here. Just like that. Now, okay. Let's go ahead and clean up in the area. Yeah, sorry for that random message. For some reason, like there's it gives me a way to like react to people's messages, and it gets in the way because I'm on a kind of a smaller monitor for my OBS setup, and everything's a little bit squished, so. Alright, so we got this guy, we got this guy, we're going to do this guy, this guy, obviously these guys right here, and I think that should be it for this. Now I'm going to touch up that. This thing is looking really rough, so it must have leaked from here to there. Yeah, man, let me tell you what, this guy, the guy that did work on this thing before I started working on it, needs a couple of pointers on how to solder properly. And I imagine that most of the damage I'm seeing on this board probably could have been avoided. Thankfully not getting too much of a dead fish smell, so that's good. Oh, yeah, you could see that pad, the top left, I'm going to touch with some solder. You could see how this looks still pretty crappy. There's definitely was some corrosion left on the board. But not much. It's just a sad reality with these old handhelds is that the capacitors are just not, they weren't very good at the time of manufacture. And so they're all, at this point, needing to get replaced. And if I remember right, I think the story goes that one of the formula for the capacitors was stolen to be cloned or whatever, but they only got a portion of the formula, and it caused a lot of the issues that we see with the Game Gears and these ancient handhelds today, because the capacitors were not manufactured completely correctly. Now I could be wrong on that, but either or, generally when you're reviving these things, the first thing that you do to all of them is generally replace them. Sometimes you don't have to. It always seems to be the handhelds too, because a lot of the home consoles don't really seem to suffer too much from the capacitor issues that the handhelds did for some reason. So, you know, always inspect, but the moment you see any bulged or split caps, then you know you got a problem. God dang it. There we go. And that whole area should now be ready for new capacitors. I'm going to have to run one more bodge wire. But I might do a longer route. Yeah, I was kind of afraid of that, but that's okay. We could see how just up in here, this not really want to come clean. All right, let's just very, very, very gently here. I might just kind of take this piece of plastic I got and just kind of try to loosen this from the PCB a little bit without scratching the solder mask. That red mark is probably glue. Actually, it's most definitely glue. All right, and then we're going to do the same. I'm just going to go back in with some more alcohol. Okay. And swab. Soak up anything remaining. Alright, so, and then we're going to rebuild this pad again. Probably going to come in here in just a second with some solder mask. And we'll use that to hold this down a lot better than it currently is. Come on, I got you in place, so what I want to do now. There we go. Okay. Looking good there. So unfortunately, so we could see right here. Now, I'm pretty sure that just goes to this. This should be a ground plane. Now, issue is, I don't know, I have enough of that exposed. If I take my X-Acto knife here, I do have a grinding pen, but for this job, I think this will be fine. What I'm doing is just scraping back some of this solder mask here. Trying to expose what little tiny bit of that trace is left. And then up here, I'm going to do the same thing, just a tiny section. And then clean there, quick little clean there. Okay. I'm just gonna see if I've got the pads lined up right now. Of course I could use my board tool, just being a little lazy. But my multimeter will tell me everything I need to know. Yep. Okay. So I've got some options, and I'm thinking if I'm thinking it's probably going to be better for me. Thinking that's probably going to be better for me. I could run the wire from the thicker pad, and that will kind of keep me from having to worry about melting plastic or any of that. So like, just for an example, like basically run from that. Essentially, I'm going to just come in here real fast and more than I need, honestly. Way more than I need. Sometimes it's kind of better, and I'm going to come in here once I get this all sorted. I'll put some solder mask on and then just take a quick 10-minute break while it cures. so we can see the effects of that. And then basically now we're going to, once again, just to doubly verify. Yeah. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Now that, I think that's the volume wheel that I'm looking at. It's going to be kind of in the way here. But we should be okay. So now actually what I want to do is make sure I don't slice myself up with my hobby knife and put that away. Then we're going to get my tiny tip. Put you in. Okay. Okay, now the issue that we're going to have here, I mean, that's a pretty, it's a bigger ground plane, so this is going to need just a couple seconds more time than I normally would put on, but perfect. Just have a nice little bead of solder in there. And then we'll take our Kynar here. I'm just going to repurpose this guy's Kynar wire so I don't have to go drag mine out. I'm going to use my, I'm going to have to buy another pair of these tweezers because they're really good. That might need some more love. Feels, yep, yeah, I was gonna say it felt a little tenuous there, but let's see, do I think I'd do it this way, maybe. Not too convinced, but maybe it'd be better if this is what we're gonna do actually. You know, when in doubt, use more flux. And then get a nice big ball of solder on the soldering tip. Make sure I'm still in place here. Okay. That is soldered on good. Well, good. Now we're going to route this sucker. Okay, I was looking at the last job I've got to do here. So we've got this guy just like this, basically. Just like that. Let's see if we can't do what we did before here. And we're just going to melt off a bunch of this. And I'm going to should be good enough. But we're going to just, honestly, we're just going to take off a little bit more here. Okay. just clean off. Oh. There we go. And then I can just clip or pull all of this off. There we go. I think that should be way more than I need. I kind of like to rebuild the pad rather than having just a single little wire. Just to give more surface area to attach the leg of the capacitor to. So we're going to tuck this like this. And you can see like how all that sheathing is kind of in the way. Just tuck that. That's a good solder joint. Now I can take my other pair of tweezers here. And essentially we're just going to fold this wire some, right? So we would help if I'm using the right spot of the tweezers. Might actually end up doing this the other way. These thicker ones are. Oh, so there we go. Okay, so now basically we just gotta bend this guy up, just like so. And then if we're really gonna be thorough, bend him back down. And so now I can clear out this. Which I'm sure this is all gonna melt again, but kind of see what I'm trying to accomplish here is creating an actual little pad, right? And so when I lay that capacitor on top of it, hopefully it's got some stuff to purchase onto. A little extra there, but the other thing I could try to do, and I might try to do here, is I might secure it down on that trace, but that's kind of looking what I wanted. It's a little bit, compared to this, which is a little simpler, but you could catch what I'm throwing down there, eh? I'm just trying to rebuild that. Now, next thing we can do here for both of these, at least for this one, put a little bit of solder down, or flux down, and then we're going to grab some solder, and I'm going to kind of tin the wires here a little bit as best I can. The reason I want to do that is just so that, again, solder likes other solder. So, yeah, see, like, we're going to do the same thing here. I'm a little worried it's going to desolder it from that hole, but if I get in there quick enough, it should be okay. Just want a nice little blob solder on this Kynar. There we go. Perfect. So now hopefully when I go to attach the capacitor, I'm probably going to end up doing that one first. That side first. Actually, I'm just going to leave that alone. I think if I'm right, I didn't probably solder this up. Yeah, it's still a little free, but okay. That feels pretty solid in there. Now, I've got one more trace I've got to repair. This one is slightly more tricky due to its location. Okay, so this, you can see the trace coming down through there. Now, I think I'm probably going to loop it around here. Let's grab another piece of this Kynar. Okay, so try to get a little bit more solder on that. I don't know if I'm going to be too successful. Okay. Kind of think about where I'm going to be at with this one. And then okay, so we're going to come in here now. Pretty good. So we've got to, so that's the only other issue, but I think we should be okay, is everything in this section is so packed close together, it's kind of rough. You don't really have too much room to operate. But I'm thinking grab it from there and bend it here. I should have enough to work with. Just like so. Okay. We're just going to do our usual, melt all the crap off. Oh, I can't. Words cannot express how lovely this smells. I think it's vinyl that the stuff is made out of. I can never remember. But yeah, it A, doesn't hold up too well to heat, and B, does not smell very pretty when you're dealing with it. Alright, so we're just trying to clear all the crap up to expose the wire. Okay, that should be good enough. I should just be able to kind of strip this now with tweezers. Okay. I guess we're going to need to come in with the skizzers. Bam. All right. Well, let's pick up this piece of garbage. Okay. Now is the fun part. So we've got to rebuild this pad now. Let's get rid of this piece of garbage real fast. And I'm thinking, how do I want to do this? So I kind of want this wire to lie just like that. Okay. The issue I'm going to have with this one, probably going to be getting it to lie flat, is my guess. I probably should come in enough now. Straighten this out. Basically just trying to get this wire to lie as flat to the board as possible. And it's not really cooperating with me, I'll tell you what. That's okay. I might have to come in and honestly just tack that one down with some solder mask. I still have to get that planned out. Boy, I'll tell you, this trace repair is not what I had in mind. I just figured this is going to be just like last week and very easy, breezy recap job. And boy, was I wrong. But that's okay. Can't expect everything to be perfect all the time. Well, we can, but probably going to be pretty disappointed, especially in the realm of eBay repairs here. Simply because you never really know what you're going to get. And now that the whole repair scene is kind of a thing these days. Yeah. Okay. So the big issue that we're going to have here is we need to make sure we've got enough room on that side to solder the cap in. It's looking pretty good though. This is going to be a little nerve-wracking getting the caps on. But thankfully, it's only 3 out of the 5 that are broken. But I think we should be okay. And then I'll I'm just scared. I'm honestly just nervous about this section here because it's not going to be fun. I think think I do this one first, and then this one, and then this one, and that should let me. Should give me the most amount of access. Excuse me. Alright, so if I remember this right, these three should be, let's see, 104, 103, and 100 should all be 100 microfarad, 6 volt, 100 microfarads. So. All right. Looks like that guy. Okay, so 103, 104, and 100. Yeah, all 100 microfarad. Well, 100 is 16 volt, but I think they're all in the kit. They're all going to be 16 volts, if I remember right. Because he kind of made things as homogeneous as possible. That should be one of these big guys right here. Let's just squeeze you out. Take a quick look under the hood. Yeah, 16 volts. Okay, so this should cover that section. Y'all excuse me, I'm going to take a 2-minute break real fast. All right, so let's see here. Bring this back up. Back over here. I think we're done with that. Probably done with this. Now, need to minimize this so I can see. Okay. So, yeah, we got this mess now. And I think, what did we say? We're going to do this one first. Then this one, then this one. So, I don't know how this is going to go. I'm going to be real honest with you. I've never really had to mount SMD electrolytics to a bodge wire before, so first things first, we got to pay attention to orientation. As we know, the black side is negative, and that goes north, so that looks like that. Now we're going to flip this because it might be easier if I do it this way. And I can kind of come in here like so. Maybe what I do, put a little bit of flux on this. Maybe just a tap of some solder. So I'm kind of pre-tinning the cap here. In the hopes that maybe it just solders on better. Now, I don't, obviously we're not going to be able to get this to lie perfectly flat, but what I do have to keep in mind though, so see, we've got to be able to get to the other side as well. So there is that, unfortunately. So like I've got to be able to solder that to that. Okay, let's just get some more of this in the view. Try it again here. And look, so we could see that this needs to, yeah, we basically need to make sure that the plastic bits within that white outline, I might squish that wire back some, slightly. That is about perfect, but it would just barely be fitting on the other side. And this is where the tricky part comes in because this is not able to lie flat. I'm like crossing my fingers with this. It's not my best work, but we might be able to make this work. I might have to just kind of accept my fate here. Do something like that. Get it more in line with the back of that, and that way I can have more room to get things lined up here. Just like so. Actually, that might be perfect. If I can get that to just stay like that. Take a quick look at the front. Okay. Now the question is do I solder that part in? I think maybe I do that. Maybe I can. try with these angled tweezers. See, the problem that I'm having is that the headphone jacks and other assorted bits and bobs in the area are not making my life easy. But I think okay. So we've got that side tacked in. Now we got to do the hard part here. So I'm thinking it's just going to be the literal same thing. Yeah, did I melt that a little bit? No, it didn't. Okay. Maybe it was the guy before me. We'll blame the guy before me. How about that? All right, same thing. Nice, good chunk of flux. And I'm just going to come in with a little bit of solder wire here. A little bit of... Okay. That's as solid as I'm going to get that, I think. That is as solid as I'm going to get that. Whew. Kind of nerve-wracking, I'm not going to lie. It's not a very easy repair. Okay, so we're going to do that. Grab another cap. Now 101 though, actually 101 is a 33 microfarad, so that is, yeah, okay. That thankfully I checked on that before I made that mistake. And I think the 33s. Now these two right here, I don't think are the 33s, but I could be wrong. No, it's a 33 6-volt. And you are 33 Y31, and you are 33 Y31. So there's two. Now where's the other 33 microfarad? 102, which is right there. Okay, is that it? There's only two on the board? That's it. Okay, so I found my 33 microfarad. I don't want to lose you. You need to go back in here. It's kind of funny how some of these stay in the blister packs and some of them don't. But whatever. I'm not going to bitch too much here. So we're going to grab one of these. Now, probably gonna move this out of the way, solder this in, then rewrap around it. Okay, so on this one the positive is on the right. And that is the side that we're also going to flux, and then just a little, just same thing, just a little dab of solder. This one's a lot tinier than the last one, so kind of more of a pain here, but there we go. If you didn't know, Solder likes other solder, so if you ever have trouble mating some surfaces together, if you put some solder, if you tin it, definitely kind of eases the process some. Now, you can see what I'm saying. Like, I might just go ahead and just do this real fast, and that will let me lie that flat. Oh shoot, I can't do that. That's right. God dang it. The reason I can't do that. Shoot. Well, this might not work out for me. Now, of course, I could. What I could do, I could try this. I could just attach this. Just like so, okay? And then, now that I've got that attached, I could either tin this pad. Most likely going to have to do here. We're going to rearrange this slightly real quick. Bring you back into view. So now I've got to see, that's the problem having. Oh, fuck. Okay, finally. Now I gotta make sure. I gotta clean off some of this. That can't be. Can't leave that on, unfortunately. All right. And I could just kind of do this. All right. Well, I gotta make sure I've got enough room. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to clean this and come in with some man, what a pain in the butt. So 102 should also be a 33 microfarad. Let's just get this one done. Then I should have one more bodge wire to do. And then the audio section will be rebuilt. And everything else after that is literally just a freaking cakewalk. Alright, so positive on the right. I think what we're going to do on this one is solder in the negative side first, because I have less access on that side. Okay. Alright. Head felt slightly lifted there, but okay. This is going to be tricky, huh? Maybe I do the... might have to do the... I don't know. Let's first of all, before I forget, always got a flux. Someone's blasting some tunes in my neighborhood. Thought it was an ice cream truck for a second. I was like, it's a little late in the season for some ice cream. But, wasn't really hearing me complaining. I love ice cream. See, I'm just thinking... like, that's as good as I'm going to get it, honestly. But I don't know... how well this is going to work. Because that Kynar is so close. Guess I didn't really think this through perfectly. Ooh, got it. Okay. All right. Got that one going. And then the last one that we've got to do is this guy. I think we're going to do the same thing. Now that one is 100 microfarad. So we're going to sauce up the negative side like we've been doing with some flux. And we are going to just get a little bit of solder on that. Perfect. And now I'll just sauce this guy up. Okay. Bang it into my microphone here. There we go. Okay. Let's get you lined up and pretty looking here. Now, I need to make sure I have enough room could, actually I'm probably going to do that. I might try to attach this to the bodge wire first and then reroute it, maybe? Because if I get this attached, then I can just kind of squish things around. Now the problem that we're going to have here is, there we go. See? Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. Okay, so now, just gotta push this guy a little bit forward. And I don't wanna tend to tip over a circuit board. So, the unfortunate situation that I'm in now is this last capacitor is going to be a slight pain in the butt. And the reason it's going to be a pain in the butt is that left-hand pad. But I think we'll be okay. So we got positive on the right. thinking I'd just tack it on the left. Could probably move this out. If I move this closer towards the fuse, then what's going to happen is I'll have a little bit more room to work with on that other side. Because the OEM caps for this were honking sons of bitches. You'll remember what I removed from the bottom side of the board, the start of the stream. Those were the same caps. So they're pretty massive in size. Alright. I think that'll, honestly, that'll give me, couldn't get the tip down properly there. Let's try it this way. So I gotta it's kind of the issue with using like the beveled edges is that you've got to press that flat part down properly, or yeah, see, it's just not. Might crank the heat up on this one. I'm gonna try this again though. Sometimes a little bit of wet solder is really all you need. Okay. That, I have to say, I kind of want to touch that up right there and maybe tap that positive side just a little bit longer. Make sure the entire pad underneath gets flooded. But you can see like how I've got that beveled edge, and then what you really want to do is press that beveled edge against your surface. And so now I was noticing a little bit of wiggle, but I might have kind of I might just tap that backside again and push down and see if I can get it to sit just a little bit more flat. The issue that I'm having though is I'm wondering here. I'm gonna do a little something slightly dangerous, but I'm gonna use that chisel tip. Next option would be a JLO2, which is curved, and would kind of let me get in there a little bit better. Okay, so let's just see. So this one's going to have way more thermal mass to it, and so essentially I should, yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay. And there you go. See how it's not, there's no kind of wonkiness to it anymore. All right, so now what I wanted to do, we're gonna, I don't like the way this looks so junky, like it bothers the crap out of me. I'm gonna scrape this real quick. I'm gonna be coming back in here next week and replacing that audio jack anyway. I'm probably gonna have to replace that headphone jack is my guess, taking a look at what he did to the backside of it, which thankfully I've got replacements for. I think what I'm going to do here is just kind of, I mean, thankfully this is just a ground pad that alright, you can see kind of how the oh boy. So, actually, I did all that, and then I think, regardless, I'm going to come in here and wick it, and then put more fresh solder in there, because that was still pretty. Pretty gross. When you could still smell the dead fish, as I probably mentioned a few times during the stream, then you still have electrolytic fluid on the board that needs to be taken care of. So while you're here, just do it. Looking much better, and then I can just flood this with some fresh solder here. See how that fuse is, the fuse is too is pretty rotted. Ow, fuck, I just burned the living shit out of myself. There we go. And that is way better. Way better. May end up pulling that fuse, to be quite honest, and replacing it, but we'll see. To do that, that's a little bit more work than I wanted to do, but yeah, see. My guess is that looking at the connections there on that jack, and then if I flip it directly over, this is the power jack, and you can see how all this is corroded stuff. This is a joke. I mean, he knew what he was doing in terms of making it work, but look at how are you gonna leave all of that? Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm gonna clean that now, actually, while I'm here. It's the power switch. Look how junky that looks. Like, what is this? Is it just rust or is it crud? Just crud all over this. And it could just be flux, to be quite honest, but it is pretty junky looking. I'll tell you what. Point where it bothers me. Definitely not looking good though. Unfortunately, that's also the other problem that you get with this, is that it's snags your cotton buds, so it puts all those cotton fibers everywhere. At least try to refresh these joints here. Okay, I'm not getting a dead fish smell, so that's reassuring. It's probably just old flux that got left on the board. So we'll just add some fresh solder here. This guy right here. Perfect. Okay. Feels like it was some corrosion though. Yeah, much better, much shinier. Clean up these a little bit too. As you can see, it's a pretty basic power jack here. These 3 pads, ground and power in. Same thing. We're just gonna refresh this connection for now, even though next week I'm probably coming in here and pulling it. Okay. Hiss from some of that residual alcohol. It should be good. Added some fresh solder to that. Might help. Probably not. Would bet that the inside of that jack is probably pretty corroded. Not too bad looking. Not too bad looking. So, okay. Well, now we got to do the rest of the board, I suppose. So let's, I guess, start from easiest to hardest. CC505, 100 microfarad. All right. Okay. Now we got a reverse course here. Grab my other tip. And just start the process over again. Okay. All right, now we move on. What do we got in the middle of the board here? CC703. Wouldn't you know, it's another 100 microfarad capacitor. I think it's really kind of the rest of them that are going to start giving me the weird values. 4 7s, I think a 22, and a couple that you got to be careful because one's a higher voltage rated than the other. Oops. Got a little peaky. And I got some on the side of the cap, but there we go. I think I can kind of flake this off too. Maybe. Okay. Got it. Good. Good enough. Right? Yeah. And yeah. Okay. And we come back up to here. So we've got, okay, it's 700 and 504. So 504 is 100 microfarad. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Well, I might have. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do here is move you. Or are we good? Oh, we're good. Okay. Looked like I didn't really have enough on this side, but thinking. I mean, might be able to get still a little bit more flush on the board. Okay. Feels a little bit better. And now we've got CC700, which, surprise, surprise, is 100 microfarad. Now I think that's my last 100 microfarad on this side. And then I've got 2 for the backlight or contrast circuit. Okay. Alrighty, and then we got positive. Get that going good there. Boop. So we're gonna flip this just like so. So positive up top, negative at the bottom. Should be good enough there. Okay. We're gonna try to maybe just see if we can't one-hand this. Probably not the smartest idea. Yeah, we're fine. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so this actually does need to get just pressed down just a little bit here. Same thing with this side, just make sure she's as flat as she possibly can be. There. It's still a little wiggly, but... Alright, we're going to try one more time here. And then same thing over here. This might have been a pad I didn't completely pick away. There we go. That's better. Okay. So that leaves us with 506 and that broken ass freaking variable resistor. That thing is trashed. I'm definitely going to have to pull it off. Alright, so that's CC503, and then 503 is a 22 microfarad, 35 volt. Okay. That's probably one of these tiny caps here. So let's guess we can do that for now. Get all this going, and now you are a... That's got to be bigger than that, so I'm thinking it's probably one of this color, maybe? 2235, look at that, man, I guess so good. 2235, alright. And then positive is the north side. This one is one of those lucky ones where it doesn't really matter which side you end up doing first. They're all pretty easily accessible. Positive north. Get you into place here. Properly into place. Same thing, we're gonna come back in and give it a little bit of perfect. That variable resistor just makes me angry every time I look at it. Ugh, what a pain in my butt. Okay, so now we've got CC901, which is a 22 microfarad, 6 volt. I think that's this guy right here. Nope, that's a 10. Maybe one of these bigger guys then. 2210. That might be it. Set that out to the side. And then this is a 4.7. Okay. And then now Which one are you? You are 4700 volt. Okay, that's the bigger one. So we've got a 4700 and then a 47 tiny, and then 2. So that's 1, 2, and then the 47, and then the 47, and then 22. So this was a 22 microfarad, and now it says 10S, and oh god, I hope that's correct, because oh wait, this is 901. What was the other one? 503 was 2235. I'm pretty sure I got that right, because 503, 503, 503. Fudge. What was 503? 504? Oh no. Don't tell me I screwed up. 505. Oh. CC 704 I missed. That's 703. Where the heck is 503? 504. Okay. That's it right there. And then 22 35 volt. Okay, so this guy right here is 22. I'm assuming that 10 means 10 volt, but 901 needs 6 volts, so that's fine. Okay, well, I think that's the only other 10, because this is a 47, or is this a 33? The heck? 10. Do I have a 10 microfarad? I do, 704, which is, I think this guy right here. Yeah. All right. And then, yes, okay, that makes, okay, we are good to go. I'm sorry, I always double, triple, quadruple check myself, because these things are a ginormous pain in the butt to get back off if you put them on wrong, so. Alright, now get positive to the north. Gotcha. Come on. Push that in this one so I can 2 birds with 1 stone it. Alright, and then we're going to retap the back. See, a little bit of pressure up top just to make sure. Okay, little wiggle, fine. All right, and then we got to go back and do 704. And that should be the 10 microfarad, 16 volt. We've got positive on the east side. Just like so. Also, we will do that. Not getting the joint there that I'm really wanting. I think it's because I'm not really getting a good amount of solder there. Okay, there we go. Just do that. And then, oh yeah, that's why it's sticking to the wire. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. And then we'll just touch that up. Touch that up. Yeah, you can see how that kind of settled down just a little bit there. And that should be good. It's a little more wobbly than I was expecting. I'm wondering if, let's do one more. Yeah, it'll have to do. Probably about as good as I'm going to get it. Now, so this is CC502, and this is the 4750. And I think that's the bigger one, and that's the smaller one. So this is... Now this one, I definitely like to try to give me as much space as possible between the T500 shield as possible, because it's kind of hard to get the soldering iron tip in there. Once again, we got the negative on the south side. And we're going to just basically come in here and do it like that. And that's essentially the most I think I can actually get in terms of room. Now, saying all this, and I'm kind of move that a little bit. Yeah, I don't think that's soldered at all. Okay. Oops. There we go. All right. So now, this is the tricky part. This one and the other one against T900 are usually some of the tightest ones to get into. But if you do what I just did, and kind of make sure you've got the easy side on the edge, and don't rape your PCB with your soldering iron like I just did. Okay, that's good enough. That one kind of goes on pretty easy. Yeah, just making sure there, good there. Cool. So we're going to do the hardest one here first, CC900. These should both be 100 microfarad. And then 501 should be 4.7. My last 4.7, which I don't really want to lose here, so I'll put that over that way. Alright, so these have both the positive sides facing each other. In this case, the one I'm starting on now is going to be south. I did make this mistake before. Okay, that's right. I gotta always forget pre-flux. In that place. Well, yeah, it would kind of help if I actually had this aligned properly. There we go. Now we're good. Same thing. We're going to give me enough so you can see how I just don't have that much of a gap between the metal shield and whatnot. So just tack that good into place. And then we're going to come in here and just flood the pad. This kind of helps if I, again, you got to make sure you got that beveled edge, the right angle, otherwise it just, the heat will just not transfer with this particular tip. This one's also kind of slightly better to do with a more chunkier tip, bigger pad. Perfect. Okay. You are going to be this way. So we've got the positive side facing the east. And this one's a little bit more free form because I don't really have much in the way of it. So let's give myself just a little bit more room on this side. Just a touch. There we go. Cool. That's fine. Just completely undo my work. God dang it. Alright. That should be good. I don't have to be perfect. I like to try to keep everything looking nice and parallel. And see, like this is just being a pain in my butt now. There we go. I think some of that has to do with the epoxy. There we go. We're just gonna, we'll work with it. Bingo. And then this last guy. Perfect. We're gonna put a little bit more solder on there, even though I don't really need it. I just like to have those nice bubble joints, so to speak. Nice, soft, fluffy pillows. Last but not least, Q500, or not Q500, it's UC 501. This guy is a 22 microfarad. Oh, sorry, 4.7, 35 volt. And we have negative on the left, or the west side. There we go. 4.7, 35 volt. 503, 501 is the same thing. But the 501, even though it's the same value, is a much larger capacitor for some reason. Oh, wait. The 502? Yeah, 502 is a 50 volt. I'm sorry, it's not the same value. Close, it's the same capacitance, but not the same values. Because it actually does matter. Voltages matter in that your capacitors need to meet or exceed the expected voltages for that line. Since all of these deal with the contrast circuit. They're all fairly high voltage. Alrighty, got that in. Now we're just going to do the same thing. Just a little bit of pressure. And pressure. Yeah. Get that sitting nice and flat. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the recap for this board. So now we got to clean it all off. Just going to try to remove as much of this flux as I can possibly get. Just because I'm feeling I'm going to have to come back and do more work on this guy. I'm not sure I'm going to have to do work in any of these areas. Well, the backlight circuit possibly. But, yeah, I just kind of like tightening up as much as I can, because I hate leaving flux on the board, because you always end up getting it all over your hands and shit, and making a mess of things. And then as it gets old, it dries and starts to flake and just looks crappy. You can just have a nice and shiny PCB. Right? Okay, so let's get this section done. Same thing, just come on in. Now that variable resistor just makes me angry every time I see it. I think this needs a little bit more scrub-a-dubbing. This might be a little bit of a harder area to clean just because of all the passes. Okay, so we've got these capacitors right here, as you can see all the some of my burnt flux. Kind of makes me just really wish I had an ultrasonic. I'll just go ahead and throw this in an ultrasonic and do everything all at once. Let the machine do all the hard work, you know? Just can't really justify one. Probably should. But it's like, if you're going to buy one, you're going to want to buy one that can do large format boards too. They're pretty expensive. Alright, now what about you? You need a definite clean. I can't remember if I actually cleaned the audio section or not. Hilarious thing was actually, I didn't really have to recap this, but this guy's work was so shoddy. I don't think I would have been able to live with that on the board. Like, I probably should redo this one too. I'm wondering, I should probably at least clean it. So it makes me wonder. I would hope he replaced this one. It's not like it's a hard for me to, maybe I should just do it. Let's just take a look at what we got here. What do y'all think? I mean, that does look pretty crappy to me. cap doesn't look like it's bulged. That does look like fresher solder. That is disappointing right there. Glad I saw that. Let's get that off the board. Okay. I'll clean this too. Trash can. Look at this. I mean, I've just got to think next week plan on basically going over all those brown spots. Very odd to see those vias soldered. So I'm not sure there. That is actually the, I'm sorry, that's the through hole for the shielding. Okay, it looks okay. I'm just gonna, capacitor looks fine, so now we're gonna look at this section. I can't remember, I did not, I 100% did not clean this area. So I think what we're gonna do, just to kind of make things a little bit easier on me, 115 degrees Celsius air. And then hopefully this should just kind of maybe liquefy most of the flux. And then I can kind of get it going here with the toothbrush and maybe get a cotton bud in there to... I gotta be very kind of gentle over in this area. Just gotta be careful because I don't want to overly disturb my bodge wires. You know, I call them bodges, but they're, I don't know, not to toot my own horn, but I think I did a pretty good jump job cleaning up this guy's mess. And unfortunately, probably should have cleaned this section as I went, like an idiot. Probably as good as I'm going to get it, but let's go ahead and dry now. Problem is I can't tell, is that flux or is it? Or just more alcohol? Feels like flux. But, you know, not bad. Not bad at all. Next week we're going to come in here and really clean this up. Like I'm going to have to secure this and secure that and come back in and secure this down a little bit better. Probably when I got this port off. All right, folks. Another video of me working. OBS has it all? What? What's going on? What's going on with my OBS? Oh, another view of me working. Oh. I will 100% admit I have zero interest in face cam. Zero interest. It's never going to happen. I'm a pretty private person. I just really don't want my face in shot, in frame anywhere. I do have, look at that. See, look at that. Man. I do have an overhead camera, which we'll start to see in a minute. But, oh my lord. Where'd this come from? How did I even see that? I don't think I got it. Did I get it now? I did. Man, I'm glad I saw that. Yeah, like here, like that. Sure, I've got that view, but it's just I've been stuck under the microscope this entire freaking time because this thing needed a lot of work. I mean, like shit, I'm gonna have to come in here and touch these volume wheels up, aren't I? Yeah, well, that's for next week because I am most admittedly very much out of time here. Just taking a look around because I just saw that stray solder ball. And now I'm nervous. Is that one right there? Is that just paint? All right. So we've got. I think that's just trash. I did not mean to show it underneath the chip, but should be okay. Don't really see any bridges there. Nothing going on there. Those are all my main ICs. This is a RAM. Alright. Looking good. Yeah, you know, I have honestly, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm honestly very ignorant when it comes to OBS. I think I literally just kind of slapped this together one day and was like, yeah, that works. And then never really gave it much of another thought. But I have been recently thinking about, I need to kind of fine tune it. So I'm going to have to spend some time on YouTube and learning how to better utilize OBS and get my scene set up properly. And yeah, there's some stuff I can do. The thing is like I'm such a small fry, and you know I just kind of do this for fun. It's hard for me to find the time to invest into it. You know what I mean? And that's just my biggest issue is just having the ability to sit down for a couple hours off stream and monkey with some stuff and get it working properly. I think I'm good. I'm not going to attach the shield. Oh, wait, you know, well, we can do that next week because I think we'll just test with the power adapter today. Yeah, we're going to have to really give this board a good, solid, clean. There's some rust spots I'm seeing with my bare eye, which means that it's probably pretty bad. So next week we'll take care of that. But I think we're going to give it a test and just see what the deal is here. Quick little test. It's either going to blow up or it's not. I don't think it'll blow up though. I don't think it'll blow up. Should blow up. Now, that is the other crappy thing about this build is this guy did kind of mangle this ribbon cable here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to microscope one more thing here just to show you what I'm looking at. And I need to get a better look at this too, because okay, it's not as bad as it looked with the naked eye. Let's see about, you can see definitely chewed up the ends of these. but it's not as bad as I thought, so that's a good thing. That is a very good thing. Okay, so let's get this board, for the most part, put back together. Okay, so we will do the LCD, or yeah, we'll do the LCD. No, we'll do this first. The backlight's good to get done first, I think. Yeah. Soldering iron, I know. I guess we'll do the audio and the controls. Okay, that's slid in okay. Now this one, I always kind of struggle with this one a little bit. Let's do this real fast too. It's kind of hard for y'all to see, but I can't see shit. Okay, that looks like it's in very well. Now we gotta go grab the game card. There's some corrosion on this too, but no, it works, so. Okay, we got that going. Now, get the power adapter hooked back up again. Okay, turned off. Okay, here we go, folks. Hey, we volume? No contrast still. But that could be, honestly, could either be the screen or it could be that variable resistor that he busted up. But I don't really have the time to play with that today. Buttons work, just making sure about that. It's a wrestling game that I'm playing right now. Just yeah. Unfortunately, the contrast is not working, but I have a sneaking suspicion that has to do more with the busted ass variable resistor. But like I said, what I'm probably gonna do, I might just test. Actually, you know what? We could do that real fast, maybe. Maybe. I don't think. Okay, so. I really don't think it has anything to do with the screen, but we're going to try anyway. We're going to try this screen. I think the first thing that I'm going to do next week is probably harvest that variable resistor off that dead board of mine. And replace it and fiddle around. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, so you probably weren't here for the start of this one. This one actually did turn on, but the volume wasn't working, and then the contrast wasn't working. And I think that there's a broken variable resistor potentiometer on this board that's preventing that from working, and I'm going to have to do further testing with it. No. Yeah, it's 100% a board issue. Volume's fine. But yeah, see, there's the screen's on. You can't really see it, but there is no adjustments being made to it. So okay. Well, I also know at least this screen is also good. So if I have to, I can just swap this one out for the other one, which is burned. And save a little bit of money. I'm going to have to replace it regardless, but okay. Well, I have reached the end of my day, I do believe. I have gotten farther, or I spent probably about as much time on this as I was planning to, but was not planning on spending all that time doing trace repair and undoing a horrible recap job. But you know, it is what it is, and not everybody's a decent technician, so I'm gonna keep these. I don't know if might end up replacing the capacitor on the controller board. I don't think I'm gonna need to do that because the through-hole stuff is probably okay. But yeah, so once again, I'll just show this in stream just to show what I'm talking about, and this is gonna be my focus next week, and I'll do some research it. But you can see right here, this variable resistor is knackered, right? Just fucked. So I'm gonna have to do some measuring. I'm gonna have to probably replace that. The only other thing I could think of is that right here, I do know that this transistor right here also has some issues, or is related to the backlight circuit. Man, what did you do? Jesus. It's got two, I think. But these look pretty healthy to me. I don't think that would be the issue. Like I said, marking these as a diode, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and this is for the backlight, but we've got backlight, just no contrast. So, yeah, that's just going to have to get addressed next week. Everything else in this area is looking okay. Look at that. Just freaking picks up hair like crazy. But anyway, that's power switch and power jack, which again, I'm going to replace that next week. I'll do the order, but yeah, look at that. That I might end up pulling this rear shield off too, just to double check and make sure that things look okay. Oh, God, look at all that. I've got to fix the audio jack next week. This has got to go. I'm guessing at the moment that I undo this and undo this, there's a switch that's in the back of these. Right. This portion right here is an actual micro switch. And this tends to die or corroded. And then what happens is that you get no audio out the speaker because when you plug in headphones, it cancels out the sound of the speaker. So if you get no audio, oftentimes it's basically this switch in the back here is broken. But I've got a whole like 5 or 6 replacement jacks that'll work for this. So I think at the end of the day, that's probably what I'm just going to end up doing is desoldering this sucker and putting on a fresh new one. And then we don't have to have that messy, bodgy, horrible job right here. Especially if I'm going to sell this on, people are going to want to be able to use headphones and not annoy the rest of the world. I totally get that. So, all right. I do appreciate everybody who stopped in, left a comment. Anybody in the future watching, like, subscribes, all that stuff means the world to me. I'm here every Saturday and Sunday. I try my best to start at 11 Central Time, usually between 11 and noon. Every once in a while, especially lately, it's been a little bit later than that. But I tend to run for about 4 hours. Normally, I do mods on Saturdays and repairs on Sundays. But lately, again, I've just had less mod work to do and more repair work. So both days have just been repairs. Tomorrow, I am planning on 100% taking apart my Neo Geo and getting that diagnosed so that I can order parts for it and work on it next weekend. I may do more work on this tomorrow, or I may actually start thinking about working on my LT. I'm a little scared of that one, to be quite honest. I don't want to be sure I'm in the right frame of mind to work on it because that is a $1,000 console that is impossible to replace. So, yeah, I got to be sure that I'm up to snuff to work on it. But that does it for me. It's been a long 5 hours. We got this thing mostly working. Definitely cleaned up a bunch of shitty work and did it with slightly less shitty work. So we've got that going for us. And then hopefully after some research and some discussions with people much smarter than I, we'll figure out the contrast circuit problem. And if anything, I can just poke at it later on my off time. And then by the time I get back to it, have a better idea of what I need to replace and what needs to get checked and whatnot. So we'll focus on that the next time that we look at this. But this one I definitely do plan on selling on to someone else. So I do need it to be in complete working order and done very professionally so that these folks don't waste their money. Now, do that. And okay. Well, once again, thank you so much. I hope to see you here tomorrow. Like I said, I will be here hopefully between the hours of 11 a.m. and noon Central Standard Time. If I don't see you here tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a wonderful week. If not, sorry, but hopefully things go better for you. But until then, I'm going to sign off and call it a day. I've actually got to find my mouse so I can close the stream. There it is. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it a day. Y'all have a good rest of your evening. And like I said, if I don't see you, a wonderful rest of your weekend. And hopefully not, I will see you here tomorrow. All right, guys.